Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. And I've been mostly working on combat this morning. I put together quite a bit since you saw the game last on Tuesday. And myself and Luca have been kind of going off and exploring different potential options for just how we can refine combat in the game, particularly this Lengthen enemy. I am doing, we got a lot of meetings today. We got to catch up with our animators, we got to catch up with sound, and we got to catch up with music. So my attention might be a little bit divided across the day, but I hope you'll join me for all of it. Big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. We got Botch Hobbs, Virtue vs. Vice, and Kirill. Also a big thanks to anybody watching on YouTube. Big Earth thanks still to most recent follower Gen C400 and most recent subscriber Extra Conem. Thank you so much. Okay, so right now we've got a animation meeting. Let me just confirm that we've got attendance. Okay. All right. So, I'm in. I'm starting this about 20 minutes late, so I hope I don't. I hope I can still expect anyone to show up. It's my B. I have been discussing with Luca enemy animation stuff. I mean, because we've got the review, I suppose we could continue the discussion a little bit. Oh, I'm dropping frames. Okay, looks like it's okay. Bitrate okay? Everybody watching okay? All right. And then, okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm kind of a bit scatterbrained today, but
Yeah.
it
Hope
is
it
what it
wasn't
is.
because of me.
No. I just woke up this way. It's
Oh,
just been
fair
really
enough.
hot at my place in the mornings. Like I go to bed and we've had the air on and it's cold, and I wake up at 4 a.m. sweating.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, temperature keeps fluctuating as well. I've had my fan on while I'm working away here. Seems all right for now.
Nice. Yeah, so I guess we probably don't have too much to discuss in this meeting. I thought I'd just run it just since it's scheduled. I'm not sure if Morgan, I guess she doesn't have much to share. And we probably don't have like a lot of scope to start the conversation here, because by the time if Morgan gets here, we won't cover much ground that we haven't already covered.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm happy with you continuing to explore a little bit. I know, like, we could just kind of keep having that discussion, and feel free to like honestly like it doesn't need to be super formal. Like I'm happy for you to sketch out on like, the roughest means possible. I don't need you to like give me a document that's like, links and flowchart,
Yeah.
not PDF.
I never intended it to be that
Good.
complicated. It's just yeah.
Yeah. For chats, just so that they're on the same page as us, we've been discussing hey Morgan.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I guess I'll just finish that sentence really quickly. So yeah, for everyone who's watching at home's benefit, Luca and I have been discussing just enemy behavior states for the Lengthen and whether or not it works to have a distinct defend state relative to the neutral kind of like on guard state that it's in. And kind of just discussing a little bit like the architecture of what, how we build enemies and what's within that scope and what breaks that scope and stuff like that. And I think this is a good conversation to have, especially since we're not, we've got the rest of the game ahead of us. So better to align on this stuff now, even if it takes a bit more time or if there's any friction involved. I don't mind that because it means we'll be on the same page moving forward. So that's kind of where we're at. And then Morgan, how's your progress been?
None, unfortunately.
That's okay. It happens.
Yeah. Sorry, I've had a lot of stuff going on this week, just with like moving.
Yep.
It's involved a lot of babysitting, unfortunately.
Sorry to hear that.
It's fine.
It's okay.
I've set aside today and tomorrow to catch up, hopefully.
Sure. Well, we can. I mean, I'm happy to like if you make a lot of progress outside of like meeting scheduled times. Like, feel free to just send stuff my way, and I can.
Yeah, for sure.
It. Cool. All right. Well, that's if that's all we need to discuss, I'm happy to let you guys go.
Yeah, I did make some quick animation or extra animations for the links and
yeah, you can share them here if you want.
Yeah, there some of them are, well, I'll just show it. Hang on. Share the screen. This one. What have we got? Is that working on your end?
I can see it. Yep.
All right, sweet. It's always got that warning on, even though it's showing anyway. But then, yeah, I think it's just yeah, this jump up and plunge, and what else have we got? Oh, the quicker neutral attack. So this is just a quick poke that I created, mostly from recycled frames with some adjustments, just to add like different attack to the combo system, which is just a basic attack. Thrust.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and these blocks that's just what I've been kind of experimenting with the on-hit reaction stuff.
Okay. Well, for now, I'm happy for you to spend, like, if you want to play around with additional animations, as long as they're not animations that you're putting like a considerable amount of time into, I'm happy for you to add them. We should probably try to work towards some kind of like an approval point for the behavior before we get too deep into polish. And while that's ongoing, like maybe even starting next week, I'd be happy to have like more distinct work, like I mentioned a bit earlier in the week. Because I feel like this one could just be like an ongoing, like maybe we need to get to like an MVP point. Yeah. Because as like a test dummy for the more advanced like combat states, I could see us tinkering around and adding new things all the time. And I would prefer for now, at least just to get to a point where we say, okay, it's going to have at least these things. And then let's either like shut off branches of its behavior states just to say, okay, this is like the simple version of it, or to get to a point where we say like fully, this is it. We're not going to tinker it anymore. We'll use a different enemy to tinker with later.
Yeah, I understand. All right. Yeah, I'll try to not spend too much time on, adding too much extra stuff or anything like
Yeah.
that. Just
Especially if you can if you can achieve, like, I don't know how we would do it, like whether it's like as you're exploring stuff, if you could like define some options, like, oh, we could do this or this, or I like how this works but not this, just so we can get to a point where we can say what it doesn't do. You know what I mean? And I feel like that way we can start trimming down, because it's fine to add things while we're exploring, but I need for us to get to that point where the scope is shrinking rather than growing. So even if we just get to some definitive thing of like, we have this player problem and this is how we're going to solve it, you know, through this experimentation that we're doing.
All right.
Cool. So, I mean, for now, I'm happy for you to play like today and even tomorrow. Like, if you want to just tool around with stuff, that's fine. But then, yeah, by like Monday, it'd be good to get to some rationalization point. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we definitely have to. What's the word? Agree or come together. Well, I think my main flaw is just trying to explain and document what I'm trying to achieve, I guess. And that's important to do, right?
Yeah, because I think like if it's just me delegating things, then the vision is just whatever I'm telling. But if it's something more collaborative, especially if we're sort of both like independently exploring different ideas, it's really helpful for me if I know kind of like what the impetus was. It's like, okay, I noticed that as a player, I was experiencing this. So I thought it would be useful to try this. And this is the result of that. And this is going to work in the existing behavior set this way and solve these problems. You know, that's kind of how I need it presented to me a little bit, just so that I know sort of, how it all fits together.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, and you wear many hats, and you're looking after, animators and sound design, and I'm just doing this one thing.
Yeah.
So I've got to try to, bring that to you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like, because there's a producer hat that I'm wearing as well as the director and designer hat, and the producer is thinking, okay, like how do we get to a point where this is like, well, we move on from this, or how do we make sure that this doesn't change what enemies can do but helps solidify what enemies can do? Do you know what I mean? Like so that, whether it's the VFX or whatever other production values, like for example, I want to have Elias do some sound design work on some of the more like global combat sound effects. But if different enemies have different kinds of things that they can do, then it's harder to say definitively, like, this is what I need you to do, Elias, because it's like rules versus exceptions, Producer me likes rules. Alrighty. Well, I'll let you both get to it. And I hope to hear from you soon.
All right. Chat to you later.
All right. Thanks, you too.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
Cool. All right. We are going back to, what are we doing? We're doing, I think was it at 2:30 we have a meeting. In fact, actually, if I press return to home screen, it should tell me when my next meeting is. 2:30. That's right now. We have sound effects review. Sweet. Okay. I'll just check in with actually, I'll put this in general. Any news about Insignia release date? Release date? No. But runway soon, maybe, hopefully. There's some meetings happening at GDC this week that I'm hoping are fruitful, and then I can then give you, whenever I have news, I'll give you the news. And I hope for my sake to have some news soon to share with you. But otherwise, just chipping away. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm pretty like I'm really happy with where things are at right now, but the project is so big that getting like sharpening it down so that we can start spinning the wheels and making traction is really hard to do. Like I really need to get to that point so soon. I was supposed to get to that point 2 weeks ago, and it's just oof, it's so hard. And every day it's feeling better, but every day it's still not. I'm still not doing the rest of it. So I want to share with you stuff that I'm working on at the moment after this meeting. In fact, as part of this meeting, and then we'll see if that gets us to a point of where we get that extra little bit closer. I'll wait for Elias to join us before I expound on that. Hey, Robin Rhombus Head. Bonjour. Bon matin, actually. Okay, we're looking at combat system, which is somewhere here. Combat system. And then also in the production, we've got this. Okay, cool. And then, sweet. Yeah, I've not been well recently. I've been, oh, hello. Ding dong. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay. I delayed the stream like an hour, so I probably have more to apologize for than you. How's it going? You feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
It's good. We have a couple things to chat about today. One is you were going to do some revisions on some of the sounds for the slam shell, I think it was, from memory.
That's right.
And then I have some work for you to explore.
Okay.
How about we start with your stuff and then we'll do my stuff?
Sure. So I also fixed the bug with the, what's it called? The pause menu.
Oh yeah.
Snapshot. I don't know if I did this. Are doors broken right now?
They shouldn't be. I hope
Okay,
not. Okay.
That might be my fault.
Okay.
Um,
I can have a look at your commit before I pull it.
Yeah, well, I checked the development branch and it seems to be the same. Maybe it's
wait. What happens?
It's just a my end thing.
When you say broken, could you explain what that means?
Meaning that it's the game system's scene meta is null. So
interesting. Okay.
Like doors won't let you leave the scene, and also the ambiences don't play.
Game system scene meta. Let me have a look here. That seems okay for me. This is like, and I'm not actually in the right. I need to be in development, right? Let me just make sure I got no changes. I'm on the development branch. Yes. Is it any scene you're experiencing this? Yeah, see, I'm not having any issues like that.
Okay, that's that's at least a relief that seems to be just on my end. I did update Unity today, so that might maybe I have
there's
to like
some
rebuild the libraries or something.
library related nonsense. Yeah, possible. Stuff does get unlinked sometimes. I don't know in what circumstance or why, but I've seen it happen a couple of times where like a prefab will import incorrectly or something like that. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you without having to see it myself, but that's okay. I'm sure we can solve it.
Yeah, no, I'm probably like restart Unity. Will get me most of the way there.
Cool.
Yeah, so the slam shell is the hover sounds are revised.
Let me see. A bothersome bird. Okay. So how would I best? I feel like maybe I shouldn't pull if there's a problem, or how would we best
Yeah,
revise
maybe
this? Maybe we could jump into a Discord
switch to
call.
or just switch to the sound design branch.
Oh yeah, that's obviously.
And then if
I
anything,
forgot. That's how Git works. All right, cool. Let me go over to sound design. I always get like so embarrassed when I notice that I'm not using a system to its potential. Like if I do something stupid or a workaround instead of like some obvious feature that the thing has.
I feel like you're not alone.
Okay, so we are going to enemy scratchpad, I guess, and then slam shell is here. Ooh. There's some new rattly sounds. Okay, there's a lot here, and I like pretty much all of it in terms of the design, like when the sounds are playing, the kind of identity of the sounds. I like all of it. My only concern is that it still sounds very hi-fi. It sounds like quite visceral, and I think for something that could be a little scary, I'd kind of want to push a bit of the sonic kind of diegetic barrier back a little bit, so that it sounds a little more. My brain wants to say video gamey. I don't know if that's helpful, but just slightly cuter, if that makes sense, or maybe lower fidelity. That's kind of where my mind is going. Because right now, like I'm playing Resident Evil 9 at the moment with my wife, and this sounds like an enemy that would show up in that game, which is awesome, but maybe a little too much for Insignia.
Yeah, I've been trying to be a little careful about not, because it's so easy for this kind of enemy to just venture into like horror space.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll push that back.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I mean, it's all good. Like it's just the instrumentation, or however you want to describe it, like the way we're expressing it, the interpretation is just a little visceral for me.
Gotcha.
Cool. Okay. Well, is there anything else that you need from me in terms of clarity, for you to turn that around on another pass, or are you happy to just go for it?
I guess, I mean, I have an idea of what I'd try. I'll if you have something specific in mind that
Not
you're
particularly.
Like, okay.
No, I think
I'll give it a whirl.
Yeah, there's something in my mind would be like, oh, less complexity in the sounds. Like, I feel like I can hear, this the there's a lot of detail in it, and the only thing I would say is like simplifying that, making it more what's the word? I've been trying to find this word actually to describe something that I was having a conversation with Luca a little bit earlier, and it's the same exact thing, but I don't have a better way to describe it other than like lower resolution. But it's not lower resolution. It's like an aspect of the design where, like I'm going to do something here on if I was to draw like France or whatever, there's probably a shape that is really accurate to what France looks like. And then if I was to caricature it, maybe that's the word, maybe I would just go bump, 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 or something like that.
Right. I know.
And it's like I've
I know
preserved the important parts, but
the essence of it, but without the
without all the granularity.
Right.
Something like that.
Click the simplify.
Hit the simplify button. Hit the simplify is basically it, isn't it? That's just the word I should have been looking for. If we could simplify it a little bit sonically, I think that would be nice. And I'll give you creative, freedom in how you interpret that. So if you're good with that, the next thing that I wanted to talk about was global combat audio feedback. So let me see if I can get back to, I've got a few different branches here that I'm playing around with that are, in a sense, they have conflicting aspects to them. And I've also been I've been sort of like digging into the Fmod project a little bit. So I apologize if I've made anything worse or not used something the way it's supposed to. But I kind of just want to take you through a couple of ideas that I'm exploring.
Sure.
Cool. And obviously, with the intent behind there being like implications for audio design. So I don't know why I'm having trouble here, but sometimes when I switch branches, this gets a bit, there we go. Okay. So the first one is maybe I can explain this a little, because I guess you're not really across it at all. So because you're not across it and chat is not across it, I think this is maybe an opportunity I can sort of go from a bit more top down rather than get too nitty gritty. But in the game, we have like 2 health bars for enemies, or 2 bars. One is health at the top, and the other is what I call pressure below. And the pressure gauge fills as you kind of outplay the enemy. It's damage done and parries and stuff like that have different effects depending on how you play versus what's intended for you to do. And one of the design feels that I think I haven't really been able to nail until now was this problem of, we have this sort of like neutral state of combat, and when the player does something wrong and they get hit, they go into like a hurt kind of flow chart, which is basically just getting hurt or knocked down or tumble. And when they do something correct, whether they score a hit or do damage, there's this like very protracted kind of like combo chain they can get into, but sort of nothing in between. There's not sort of like this neutral struggle. And so in the hope of trying to get that into the game, inject more of that like swashbuckling, the back and forth fighting over the sort of like advantage or disadvantage until we breach into these spaces. I have been trying to kind of think about states that the player can be in and the enemies can be in, or at least exchanges that can happen between colliders and stuff like that, and animations to define states that live in between this space, and interactions that behave in between this space. So a while ago, I was exploring this kind of like what happens when an attack hitbox hits a guard hitbox. What happens if there's a directional hitbox and it hits a parry box or reflex box. I've got all these different ideas, and they are functional in the game right now. So to kind of simplify the conversation a little bit, I have been exploring a guard stance that's on a separate button to the attack button. It's just like an L1 thing. And the way it works is you can hold the button down and you get a very like ineffective block, or you can, if you press the button just before you get hit, there's like a just guard thing. Lots of games do this. Smash Brothers does it when you release the button, but I've got it when you hold the button. So in the first few frames, as the sword is being brought up, you're kind of like invincible. And if you get hit, you go into a defensive kind of state. Also, the enemy takes posture damage. That pressure gauge goes up. So it's kind of like a catch-all. Like, I don't know how this enemy works yet, or I don't feel confident attacking the enemy right now. And since I'm getting attacked, I'm going to press this button to basically just block. And it means that enemies can be a lot more aggressive. They can do multi-hit chains or whatever. And it's got that Sekiro kind of dynamic where you might have to press block 3 or 4 times in sequence. You can also kind of use it to fight against like multiple enemies at the same time. So let me see if I can. You can kind of it'll auto block 2 if you get hit in quick succession. But for every time you push the button down, you can get a successive block. So that
which sound is that, by the way?
Yeah. So I did something. Let me see what I changed. I think it might be. What did I change? It might be parry, but you have an old parry, and I think I just used that one.
Okay.
You have 2 of them, I think. Let me go. I'll find it for you. It'll be in combat behaviors, guard, sword, combat ready sound. No. Deflect state. Yeah. So this is sword deflect is what I've called it, but that I might have renamed it from what it used to be called. There's sword deflect and sword deflect bad. I think I made these myself actually, but I copied them from the combat. This is the parry, I think, sound, but I've changed the pitch and I've changed the length.
I see.
Yeah. So where you come into this is, I think what I want to do is have like a scale essentially of blocking in the game. So there's like a perfect guard, a bad guard, and then like a guard broken sound. It's like if the enemy's attack is so powerful that it's like unblockable, essentially. If you're holding the button down, so you're just like mindlessly blocking, and then you get hit by like the Wolverine, barbarian, you might just go straight into knockdown. So the idea that your guard broken, that should have this sort of like clonk sound. And I'm basically just thinking about it as pitch, but maybe it could be different.
like pitch / kind of clarity. I know what you mean.
Yep. There's also another thing that I've done, which is as part of this, we've got this enemy that I've been working on that can also guard your attacks. So there's this idea of like the player character perfect guarding an enemy, but there's also the idea of when like an attack box just hits an enemy guard box, for player feedback, how do they know that their hit didn't do full damage, basically? So in this case, I've got that more. I think that's what I think you designed that sound for the Lengthen already. But
yeah, I kind of ran into it a little bit because I was like, the hit sound just plays whenever an enemy takes damage.
Yeah.
And I was like, they do take damage, but not a ton. And probably, yeah. So I think this is a better way to
Yeah,
like concretely do that.
I've retooled a little bit of this. So previously, we had the enemy vocalization sound on the life component, and anytime any damage was calculated, the enemy would vocalize. Instead, now I do it when the enemy goes into their stun animation. So if their animation gets fully compromised, they go into like a tumble or a knockdown, that's when that plays. It's still stored on the life component, but it's being played by the character stun component, I think, at the moment. I just sort of hacked it over there so that the call happens elsewhere. So that means that hitting this enemy, you don't get the oof sound, even though you do damage to it. And that's mostly just to help the player understand that, like, you know, it's probably a better heuristic to describe to the player the result of the interaction than to describe just to the player that the enemy took damage or didn't.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Right. And I've tried to do that visually as well. So when we attack the enemy if he's in this state, so notice that he flashed gray. So that's global. Any enemy that takes damage will flash gray if they are in like a guarding stance. So I think what I'd like to do is have the same thing sonically happen. So bind the result of the interaction to the sound and then have all the enemies do that. You hear the same tink or whatever it is, or an equivalent. If they block Armin's attack, you hear their hurt sound if they get flinched or tumble or whatever. And I had a thought with this too, that we could... The hit interaction sound could be bound to this pressure gauge such that as it goes up, the sound pitches up as well. I don't know if that's like getting into triple handling territory here, so it's probably not a good idea. But I do like this idea of like, I want to express that the player did something that meaningfully moved this bar. Like, I want to reward them for the things that they do. So like in this context, that guard we just did should feel good. Maybe it's the guard sound, or I'm not sure what it is the point is that there's multiple things you can do, offensive and defensive, to push that bar up. And there's nothing, I guess, like global that sonically reflects that. You can also do the parry. So let me see if I like that would be like the ultimate good sound. So I guess there's also like, I don't know if I wrote it here. We'll call this one bling. So I suppose, like, yeah, just I want a little bit more, definitely clarity in the exchanges, which I think, I've already sort of roughed it out, and maybe we could formalize it. Happy for you to propose there. But then I wonder if you have any kind of proposal for this as well. It doesn't have to be based on the hit exchanges. It could be something else. Maybe not at all. You could just say, no, I think it's too many things. And I'm half there myself. Like I don't know if it's over ambitious. I think what I'm trying to do is give the player a sense of clear feedback that what they're doing is working. And that it's like they're doing puzzle solving inside of this fight, you know?
Right. Was your suggestion earlier to bind it to like where the pressure bar is at, or like how much the pressure bar has changed?
Where the bar resulted to. So like if it went from 0 to... That's a good question. It could be...
Is it like a thing where if, let's say you did a long combo on it, like the pitch would increase as you know?
Yes. That's what
Right.
I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking about like the ball juggling game, and the Roberto game, and how those go up as you combo. And I mean, it's like this in Wind Waker. It's like as you do successive hits, it goes up. I'm trying to do a pseudo something like that. Not necessarily musical. It doesn't have to go up one semitone or whatever, or one tone. But it's more just the idea that you did something that was right, and I want you to understand that it was right, because that's the key. You've solved it, or you did something. Since there's negative feedback when you do reduce damage, and also since some of this is quite passive, like doing that to some enemies might be the right answer. Like it could be that you should just parry. Like this enemy's super aggressive, and if you parry 7 times in a row, they'll just get overpressured. So, I mean, we're already making a lot of progress against this enemy. Sort of not in that moment because it recovered a bunch, but yeah. Anyway, you could see the idea.
Yeah.
I'd be happy for this last thing about the pressure gauge. That could be super. Like, I'd be happy for you to just like propose something or to reject it. But yeah, the other stuff, I think. So having the guarding, the player guard be progressive based on the player, like the timings or the response, like how positive or negative it is, and then maybe, I mean, definitely there's like, I should say like this is like player guarding enemy attacks. Do you think that the player attacking enemy sound font library solution should be the same, or maybe they should be different? Like right now they're different.
Yeah, I would say that they probably should be different. My I just want to make sure that I'm like on the right track here.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it like there's varying levels of when the player blocks an enemy attack.
Yeah.
And then also when a player is blocked by an enemy and their hit doesn't do as much.
Yes.
I would say like my initial jump would be that the hit sound when the sword connects, right now there's just one sound anytime the sword connects with anything, that would have varying intensities based on how much it like penetrated through.
Yeah, actually
yep, the reverse if you blocked an enemy attack.
Yep.
So like if you hit the Langston while it was blocking, it would kind of do more of like a dull thud sort of sound.
Yep.
Versus if you hit it, it would be like a or something like that, right?
Yeah, you're describing I have these hit sparks when you score it, like when any hit is traded, and I think the size of these, like right now they match mostly damage, but I made sure to there's a lot concept here. Again, I'm happy to take your impression on this. Like I'm happy to just keep this as an open discussion. Right now there are 2 separate concepts of like a hurt box that is not very vulnerable. Let's say it's an enemy that has a natural armoring. It's an armadillo, and you attack the armadillo while it's in its, while it just in general, it could be set up in such a way that it just has like that hitbox has a reduction on damage that it takes, which I wouldn't consider like a bad exchange. It's just like this is an armored enemy. And then I have like in this case, the Langston has specific guard boxes, and these will also, reduce the amount of damage taken, but come with the, I guess, like the discrete difference in feedback. Like, as the player, hitting this should specifically feel bad, because it's not just that the enemy's tough; it's that you hit a thing that's
Right.
that's
I guess the question I would ask is it, should the player feel bad for just wailing on an armadillo, that rather than like assuming the armadillo has a vulnerable state? I don't know if it's like knocked over on its stomach or something, and like that would be the thing that you're quote unquote supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that I would match the sound to like whatever the expectation is, whatever the achievement is. So if just hitting the enemy on its back is like the wrong way to do it,
yeah,
and instead you're supposed to go under, I would put the dull sound on the wrong way, and
so
vice versa.
broadly, the discussion, which is analogous from sound design, visual design, and combat behavior as well, is whether what we're respecting or communicating is just damage, meaningful damage dealt, versus whether or not the damage was mitigated by some behavioral aspect of the fight that the player should be mindful of. I think that's the biggest question that would apply to everything across the board. So like the same question is going to come up everywhere, of like, should the player, when the player does less damage than they expect, to what extent do we need to be communicating that, or what's our responsibility or best way of directing the player? I think having an enemy that's just tough and takes not a lot of damage, and having the player just intuit, oh, this is a tough enemy, I think that's fine. And then I feel really motivated in this case. Like, this felt so much better when I added the gray flash and the clank sound, to know, I struck the enemy's sword in this context, which is the whole body is the sword in this case. But the enemy was defending itself, and because it's defending itself, I shouldn't expect to get a lot of damage. But in other contexts, maybe I will get more damage. I feel like that speaks more to the puzzle aspect of it. It's like informing more of it's telling the player that they should be doing something different. So
Right.
I think maybe we will just have to account for both of those axes, of like, one is just like, yeah, like you did a lot of damage or you didn't do a lot of damage. That's just one thing you as a player can understand. But then maybe more loudly, I would say it's like a higher priority that we communicate things like attacking a guard box. So maybe in that case, then I wouldn't do any like pitch modulation or anything special attacking the armadillo. I think I would just say like, hey, you attack the armadillo. But I definitely would do it on the on the guard box. There are other interactions, like this concept of what I call like a reflex is something that I've been thinking of as both, and this is again another like aspect of design that's in question, but I've got a direction that I'm heading in it. The concept of this thing where a reflex action is an action that has a directional aspect, so it's like a back attack or a forward attack or up or down, and has a specific exchange with the opposite direction. So in this case, if I hold this button down and he goes forward and I go back, the hit doesn't even happen on me. Armin like shifts away and doesn't take any damage, and then his attack does the correct thing. I guess I could call that, I guess that's just parrying, colloquially. So enemies might be able to do that too later, and it might just be that an enemy goes into it's basically what I like in Final Fantasy, it's literally called reflex. So it's like this enemy is effectively invulnerable if you attack them. And if you attack them, they will counterattack with something else that will hit you instead of you hitting them. Whether or not that needs a sound would be, I guess, again, up to us. We could have a miss sound. I mean, we already have the of the thing coming through, but there could be some sort of like or something like that. Maybe I'm overdoing it. I think I'm just trying to make sure that I have the due diligence of explaining like what interactions there are. Maybe I'll just go through this one more time and just try to be exhaustive about it. I think for now that's it. So yeah, like some of this stuff is like more about behavior than it is about interaction. So like what happens to the enemy after the interaction happens. So I have this concept of, for this enemy, I call it like on guard. So right now when we attack it, the gray flash happens, it takes less damage, but it goes into a state where it gets compromised rather than hurt. And after a certain amount of attacks, it will respond aggressively. And so, you know, maybe no, I don't think this is super relevant for you. But I was going to say basically that's, as Luca and I have been discussing this, the architecture of how that kind of works is it almost feels like its own kind of separate defensive tree. And I guess the only thing that I would involve you on that would be, it's like, does the navigation through that tree deserve some kind of like audio systemic, thing of like, you're getting close to getting parried, like it's about to go into its defensive stance or something like that. Probably not.
On the last save, I might want to put a sound that's like either if it's the enemy vocalizing or if it's a generic something, to be like, hey, here, watch out, you're gonna get some payback,
punishment's coming.
Yeah.
I think for now I would say I won't task you with doing anything to do with that, but it's just, I guess it's worth introducing you to the concept just in case. The other thing I guess was unblockables, if that's something that we need to think about. And finally, I think for this concept, so to zoom out a little bit, this is a concept. It's not on the main branch. This idea of having the L1 on guard and having, being able to do that. I like it a lot. It feels really good to do. But it does mean across the board, just to be really brief about it, philosophically, like I said at the beginning, the idea was like, if you just have the attacks, all you can do is either spam the attacks or parry. And it just, I think that the resolution of the fight was just a little bit too, it was too low. There wasn't enough finesse in between. It also meant that like, if an enemy is attacking you, you sort of just, you can either attack it first or you can, parry or whatever. And one parry would end the entire interaction. It also meant if you were attacking, like there was no, I kind of like had this issue of, because it was all bound to the same button, the block and the attack, that doing this, if I'm like, this is time, this is the attack button. If I'm going tap, 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 and, and I'm doing an attack and it takes this long, and the enemy, I land my hit, and then the enemy has some sort of like counter attack or some state that's not, whatever, I can't do the guard stance.
You have to like hold it again. Yeah.
And the holding, I can't make a distinction in this moment here. I can't make a distinction between you tapping the button really quickly and releasing it, which is just doing another mash, or holding, or being in the process of holding it towards that buffer. Because right now,
Yeah, until you've ended that. Yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah, like I've either held it down for 0.2 seconds, or I've tapped it, and the tap also, because it's, you know, the way the game works, the tap is, a tap has duration, you know, like if you hold it for less than a certain amount of time, that's considered a tap too. And that's because, I don't know if you know this or whether it's relevant, but currently the way it works is that the guard is an interrupted attack. It's like you were attacking, you got 3 frames in, and you were, because you're still holding on frame 4, I pivot out into the defend. And so the first 3 frames of the defend action and the attack action are the same. It's just that if you release the button anytime before this point, you get the rest of this. Otherwise, you get this. So that's how it currently works. I just think it's a big limitation that forces the game to be a little bit too RPS, if that makes sense. Because you do this, I do this, or I stand and watch. There's no like in the mix. Whereas I think having like an action that's just like a frame 1 button, it kind of, I don't know.
There's more like reflexes involved.
A little bit more. This could be misguided, but that's what I'm exploring at the moment.
It seems, I mean, just from watching, like it seems the fights are more entertaining to watch, at least.
I'm hoping so.
To give it a try.
Well, it also means that like I can make the enemy more aggressive. Like I could give this Martin, you know, I could make those attacks happen 3 times as fast and force you to go block, block, block instead of, you know,
bang, bang, yeah.
Whereas we can't do that currently. Like there's nothing I can do except you can block it, take a little bit of damage, or you can parry the first hit. And there's nothing you can do on the 3rd hit that's different from the first, because there's only scope for 1 loop of the interaction. So I think this is a good idea. There's one other thing. So just to be specific about this, and I'm mostly saying this, I mean, part of this is just a design conversation for chat as well. So if you're getting bored of it, let me know. But I suspect you're not. So right now, everything's on 1 button. It's here. And I'm proposing moving the blocks to L1. If I do that, then holding down this button and all of the interactions that come with doing the directional attacks, like currently you're holding the button and then pressing up, or you're, you know, pressing down or up and pressing. Yep.
What action is there now on L1?
This is actually, it's a targeting button, and it's used also for starting a special ability. So you hold the button and press one of these to do the ensign abilities. So on its own, it's passive. It doesn't do anything. It just brings up. It just brings up the ensigns that you have in the main game. But if you press left or right while you're doing it, it alters the target. So you can switch between who you're targeting, which is so minor right now. No one even knows it exists.
Okay. Yeah. That's right.
And targeting is also only usable because of like parrying pebbles and stuff. Like it's underutilized at the moment. So pressing it on its own doesn't have any, it's kind of unmapped in terms of the player state. So what I want to do, and this is a bit more of an experimental thing, it's not like what I will do, it's just like what I'm playing with at the moment, is this idea of this button. I still want you to be able to hold it, because I like the idea of holding it first and then pressing a direction to do your parry. And you'll still be able to like press a direction and then press it. But if this is block, then what happens when you hold it? And my current sort of thing that I'm playing around with is the idea of it having like a charge attack. So let me see if I can delete everything here. I don't think I need anything. So it's basically Smash Brothers. It's just like you can hold the button down and it sort of locks you in for a little while until you release it. And then you get a more powerful version the longer you've been holding it up to a certain point. I do have a prototype. It's not very far along. It's not a complete one either. Everything's broken if I try it, but let me see if I can get it going. So this holds, and then when you release, you get like a bigger hit. So if you just tap it, you get the attack. If you hold it for a little bit, you still get the attack. If you hold it for a while, you get the big one. So in that aspect, sonically, what I'd love to do is have like a point where it either is like a until we hit a point, or after holding for a certain amount, it goes tick, 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 tick. Like it kind of like it lets you know that you're at your limit. Because I need to just make a distinction between you're just attacking versus you're going to get the hit, the big hit, versus because visually I don't think that I want to add. It's either you have to show it visually or sonically or both. And right now, because it's freezing on the frame, I have no way of displaying to the player like this is how long.
Far along.
Yeah, how far along they are. Yeah, so I don't know. The idea also would be that this is kind of like that this is cancelable. So as I'm holding it down, hello. As I'm holding it down, you could press a direction to do the directional attack in that direction. So like if I press up, he'll pivot into the upswing. If I press down, I'll pivot into the downswing. So it's functionally the same as it was. It's just that it's not.
If you you hold it and then you release it before you made it into the like charging threshold, it just like resumes the neutral attack, or
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. So it's basically mechanically it is identical to what it is now, except what it is now, except for the attack part, except what it is now is defensive, whereas this would be, you'd be wide open while you're doing it. So it's kind of more of a risk reward thing, because I'm putting all the defensive stuff on the L1. I don't have an alternate idea for that. So if I was to not do the charge attack, then I think I would just have to, I don't know, have it just be it so that you could interrupt your normal attacks with directions to make the directional attacks, which is probably fine too.
Yeah, I quite like the if the charge attack ends up being a good idea. I like that.
Hedging a little bit.
Yeah.
If it's a good idea, I like it.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I like that dynamic.
Aesthetically, yeah.
But if it doesn't work, I was always against it.
Yeah, I like it too. One thing that I've been thinking a lot actually is that for all of these different ideas, they could be accessories. It could be like you get the charge attack when you wear this specific thing. So,
right.
Yeah, we could let it be up to the player to determine how they want the game to feel. And it is like a lot of this stuff is about. I'm an over it because I'm concerned about incentives and how I'm incentivizing the player to play the game. And to an extent, there's like an authorial intent that I have that I want the game to feel a certain way. But to another extent, I do want the player to have expression. So I don't think any of these are like wrong ideas or that it's like bad that the game has certain dynamics. It's more just like, where should you start as the player? What are like the constraints that the game puts you under? And then like, how much scope do we have within those constraints to make fun, interesting combat. So the only reason I'm looking at the L1 stuff is because I really feel like we were kind of a little bit stuck in making like more intense visually striking combat that doesn't involve ensigns. So, and also there was no really defensive. There wasn't really a defensive thing you could do that wasn't that responded to attacks outside of like roll, you know. But that changes your position. So I wanted you to like be able to hold your position without taking damage, and to do the posture damage too. There's one other thing that I did. This is mostly for chat. I could let you go, Elias, if you wanted, but I made a change to the roll so that if you roll, you can cancel it with an attack. So you can use it to space now. You don't have to go the full roll distance. You can just sort of cancel it. You can cancel it into a jump too. So yeah, there was one thing that kept happening where like you would parry an enemy. Not that one. Hang on. After the low attack. Yeah, that would happen. And now we're too far away. So now you can sort of chase him down really quickly. Anyway. So do you need to recap on any of that? I know I rambled for ages.
I think. Do you have that this Figma document?
Yes.
Is that
it should be accessible to you if you go to the production directory, and then it's Insignia game design doc, and then you should see it in combat system, which is sort of 7 lines down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey. This is kind of like, some of this is, just to give you a really quick look, some of this is like the concept behind the system that I eventually built. So it's not like perfect. I might have to do a bit of a sanity check on it. And then this was me and Luca discussing a specific thing yesterday. So, I mean, I don't know if you can make heads or tails of it, but yeah. For this to make sense to you, I might need to go and have a look at it. But in fact, let's just do a quick look at it. Combat dictionary, dictionary box. Yes, this is like the words: strike, outplay. So like, yeah, clash. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist right now. This is guard. Yeah. So attack, strike, hitbox, victim, defensive box. Yeah, I mean, we could even call this her box, which is yellow. And then this is a blue box that's called a guard box. Yeah, and then this doesn't even, the thing is, this doesn't have to be this way. I should say something like victim takes reduced damage and isn't put into hurt state. Instead, might just react subtly. Nothing, no contact. Yeah, it's not that. It looks way complicated, way more than it is. There's also an interaction here that I don't have, which is a shield box. So a shield box is literally like, I guess we could name this right now. So shield, which is I think purple in the game. And this is kind of like,
is that the shield, Martin?
Yeah,
is that like their
bong, and it like bounces off them. So this would be, yeah, this would be like the Sword bounces. Okay. This, I think, this distinction here of defensive box, hurt box, I don't think this matters. I don't think that exists anymore. I'll make it simple. The better reference for this, like the in-game reference, would be if you go to collision info. I have this thing called collision outcome, and these are at least what I've defined. Clashed is probably the one it's the one I deleted before. I don't think I'm gonna have attacking attacks. I think that's dumb. So this will be gone at some point, but the rest of this is pretty true to the game. So like hit is a regular hit, guarded is the gray hit, reflexed is you missed because they were doing a reflex thing, and so they're about to punish you for it. Outplayed is like the result of a reflex. It's like my hit as a result because of my reflex, my hit goes straight through your whatever you were doing, and it's like a parry basically. This is parry. This is I hit a shield. This is nothing happened. I don't know why. I haven't got anything that does that yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's it. I'll stop talking now.
Okay. Just to the reflex is like when you do a parry and the game kind of slows down.
Yes. So
it's when the enemy does that to you.
It's the same. It should be the same for both, but I don't currently have the enemy slowing down the game, but I do have the same principle of like, you did something wrong, enemy's about to do something that eats your input basically and now hurts you. So it's like if the enemy parried you, although we don't have that, but that's the reflex there. So
okay, yeah. I got
this is reflex. That is an outplay. If that makes sense.
Right. So the Martins, didn't technically it connected with your hitbox, but it doesn't register that way.
Yeah. So the game, because it's 2 hits, right? There's like the hit you suffered to start the slowdown. Like I can do this and it's nothing, right? Nothing happens. The slowdown happens. Hang on. The slowdown happens because we got hit. We did get hit, but we got hit by a box that we have like a special immunity to because of its direction. Like it's a forward box and we're moving back. So because of the directional, you can see it in the script, but because of the like reflexed, check guard reflex. So this interaction here describes it. Should reflex basically says if the directions are opposite, then you reflex. So in this case, we push back, he pushes forward. We get this darkening, and then the resulting hit is technically what I would call outplay. So I
gotcha.
Yeah, because it's 2 hits that have to happen for that, for the, I guess, to describe what's happening.
Yeah, from the player's point of view, though, the Martin just missed, and you,
Yes. So, so the point here would be that we don't need any audio feedback, really. Maybe we could do some sort of slow down something if we really wanted to. But when this role is reversed, when it's the player hitting an enemy, but the player attack gets reflexed by the enemy and the enemy outplays the player, maybe we would have some feedback for that. Yeah, maybe there'd be like some whoop or something because you did something wrong or whatever. For now, I mean, I'd be happy for you to like propose something. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, I'll have a play with some ideas, and I'll come back with my
Yeah, if there's
with my
anything you
findings.
need to help you do that, like if you want some video or something that I can produce or anything, let me know. Otherwise, yeah, feel free to just dig through the branches and see what you can see. Sound design wise, I'm sure you'll crush it. I don't have a lot of faith in my ability to have described it to you in a comprehensible way today, but do your best, I guess.
All right, I think I have a good idea of where it's at. So
Sweet. All right. Well, thank you so much, Elias. So for the next, I guess the next little piece of work will be this. So if you, yeah, feel free to have a play, do some proposals if you like, and then we'll see if by the time you have them, I can incorporate them into the game.
all right.
All right. Thanks, Elias.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Cool. Have a good weekend.
I'll see you.
See ya.
You too.
Bye. This stuff is like the weeds of the weeds for the game dev. Hey, Mr. Dark Remnants. Sorry, I saw your message and I couldn't respond to it. Thank you so much. Have a great, if you're still here, have a great night. So this stuff is like extremely common in games, a lot of this stuff, but I don't know any terminology from games for the dev side of this stuff. Like, I don't know what a developer would call these things, but when I look at other games, I know that the interactions are the same. Like we were looking at Sekiro before, or Elden Ring. No. So hang on.
So in this video, I'm gonna teach you how to consistently.
So all of these kind of interactions here, where we're seeing like, let's have a look. You know, that versus that. There we go. Different. This guy's too slow. It's not going to work. I don't want the guide. I just want to see someone doing cool stuff. Yeah. You know, this moment here where you can see the player input shifts right now. Player presses L1 and they get a special reaction, right? And that reaction doesn't happen when they normally block. It just happens when they block. I would call that perfect guard. And I guess in fighting games, we do have terminology for this stuff. It's more just the distinction when it comes to audio feedback when the player perfect guards the enemy versus if the enemy guards the player. Like in Elden Ring, for example, the dark assassins, the Black Knife assassins, you know, they have a stance that is, I guess it comes out more like a grab than anything. And some of this stuff is, the terminology is hazy because different game engines don't support certain things. So like Elden Ring supports this concept mostly in the terms of, like in this case, this enemy. Wait, is he invisible? I hate this fight. Yeah, let's not do that. That. right? Like we attacked it while it was doing a special stance, and therefore it gets this really fun, attack on us. Is that a grab? Is it a parry? What is it that it did? So it can be tricky because again, you can achieve the similar things or the same things with different ways, but you would want to describe those things, in terms of the sonic feedback differently. Getting grabbed is different from getting parried. The church pew getting knocked out of the way was so cool. And there are also different tells, the actual animation logic is different as well. Like there's a difference between an enemy, there's a difference between an enemy standing like this and putting their arms like that. And then if you hit them, they do the big attack, versus an enemy like rushing forward with their arm outstretched like this. And if you let them touch you, you get attacked. Those are different things. This is like a reflex or a counter. This is a grab. So, the result is the same. It's a knowledge check, but one is about punishing your aggression and the other one is punishing your passiveness. Again, different things. So, what are we going to do right now? We're starting the stream, but in about 20 minutes we've got another meeting, and then that'll be it for the week. I want to take a break. I've been in meetings for a bit now, over an hour and a half, so maybe I'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll reorient ourselves a little bit. There's a lot of stuff in this game, and I can feel the weight of the systems that haven't been fully implemented but are being depended on to some small extent. Those systems are quite hefty. Designing around them and trying to incorporate them it can be slow. This is the kind of thing where we could have just designed, there are 4 exchanges, blah, 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 blah. And each of them have different damage criteria and sound effects, and it could have been really straightforward. But because we've got here by designing, essentially a fighting game that you play single player, there's a lot of depth to the interactions that as a player, you don't care about any of that. As a player, you just think, am I supposed to attack now or not? That's the thing that I'm most mindful of, is just the player knowing when it's their turn, and if they do something right, that they know why. If they do something wrong, that they know why. All right, be right back. Okay. I would be very. I'd be. I don't have any words today. I don't have any words all the time. It would be good of me if I messaged my composer to see if she's ready for the meeting in 15. Words are so hard. Chat, I want to feel good. Is that so much to ask that I want to feel confident in myself, in the words that I use and in the game that I'm making? I just want to feel okay. And I just feel all week so crummy. I've been feeling crappy all week. Why? I don't need this. I can just be me and I can just do the work that I'm doing. I feel so good about these animations that I've been doing. Did you see how cool they are? They're so cool. Look at these things. Bing. Look at that. Bing. Look at that. Bing. So cool. Cancel that into a bing. It sounds good. It does something to the game. I just want to evangelize a little bit if I can. I think that this does something to the game that it didn't do before, which is it makes it feel real. The idea that swords can contact swords is not something that the game could do before, right? It couldn't do it. The idea of clang, your sword hit their sword, we didn't have that in the game's vocabulary. And I don't think you can do swashbuckling without swords clanging against each other. It just feels like not a sword fight at that point. It feels like two people attacking each other with swords, but not sword fighting. And I think sometimes you just need to, like, in a what's the word? Hang on, let me fix something here. I'm distracted by how annoying my camera limits are here. Let me just do one thing. 1 sec. This is my limit. This is all I get. Can I zoom out? Right. I want to zoom out, but I also don't want this to be in the way. Well, what I can do is I can move the camera this way, and I can shift my whole body this way, and then now I get more hand space. Okay, let's do that. And then, hello. I am a bit further away, but that's okay. So now when I just gesticulate, you can see my hands. Very good. So I think there are just some things that you put in a game because they're cool and because they convey the design ethos that makes your game marketable. This game, I think, has been sorely under marketing itself by not really demonstrating what puts it apart from other games in this genre. And I've put like enough thought into combat that thought should be celebrated by the game itself. I don't know many games that let you do Elden Ring style parries, Sekiro style parries in a pixel art game. I don't know many games that do that. So having that here, just be part of the bread and butter combat and having the enemies be a little bit more assertive, I think creates that dimension that I was missing. I keep talking about slow combat and how slow can be good. Well, I think what I also mean is that defensive can be good. Defense can be as interesting as offense if you put energy into it. And so having cool defensive animations is a good step towards having good defensive combat. Hey Yo-Yo Bob, how's it going? Thank you so much for the sub. these are just things that I'm conscious of a lot of the time, but that I find it so hard to say clear things about, because again, the game is so deep at the moment, and I get lost. Honestly, I get caught up in the momentum of communication with you. Sometimes in the process of just doing my week, my internal monologue discourages me from feeling good about what I'm doing, or from feeling like I know what I'm doing, when I do feel like I know what I'm doing, and I'm not making a mistake by working on this. Sorry, I just had to vocalize that. I just had to say it out loud. It's annoying that I have to do it, because you would think that someone in my position would just be confident. I struggle a lot. So I think what I want to do in the next 8 minutes before our meeting is to draw a little bow around the combat refactors that we've just considered, and think about what the scope is of what's remaining. So combat L1 refactor scope. Okay, so what do I like? So L1 guard and degrees of guard creates SFX animations and SFX for different guards, animations and outcomes. It also requires that enemy designs reflect the player's ability to do this, make them more aggressive. That's about it, really. You just have to add those things. Also, should have some bearing on the pressure gauge, which also influences enemy and enemy design. Then responsibility to tutorialize, to onboard players to the system, okay, with content, right? Someone has to tell you what parrying looks like. And then, so either tutorials, enemies, objects. Okay, that's a lot. And I think some of this is going to be common here. So the next thing is the power vacuum. Haha. Left, is it just C? Behind in the square, in the attack button. By moving guard to L1. So this means that now need to have something you can do while holding attack, which means this is the charge attack. So charge attack needs animations and then overhaul sword behavior to remove defend case. It also means multiple, so like, or charge attack script. Also needs, tutorial content. So, I mean, there's stuff here too. So all of this needs to be done if I want to do new stuff. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. It's like that idea about how defense should be as interesting as attacking. It's not always... Oh, I like that idea about how defense should be as interesting as attacking. It's not always the case, which then trains players to just button mash. Exactly. Exactly. You're nailing it there, which is that I don't want you to spam the attack button. And Sekiro taught us that you can spam the defend button too. You know, that game, a lot of players start playing and they mash the attack button and they do a lot of, hitting, but they don't beat the enemies, they just get parried or whatever. And then the game's like, no, you have to tap the block button. That's the button that you tap now by default on Reflex, not attack. And I do it. I'm guilty of it. I mean, I play Elden Ring that way. I only play the guy who parries, and I only tap, 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 tap. And the difference is, this is the massive difference, and why a game that has parrying has potential. The answer is, when you are parrying, you are enjoying and observing the enemy's animations. When you are attacking, you are enjoying and observing your animations. If you have enemies that have interesting behaviors and animations, if the player has to parry those animations, it turns them into content that's reusable. But if every enemy can just be parried, can just be combo mashed, every enemy is the same. That's the key difference. Because we have enemies that have cool animations, we have to force the player to respect those animations. Otherwise, why not just have the enemies be big squares that do contact damage to the player? That's the higher game virtue, or like the higher value thing that is the... What's the word? As a product, that concept touches everything from vision to mechanics to dynamics to assets. That's a pillar. So if you have an idea that crosses through all of the aspects of the game, that's powerful. Usually that's speaking to some vision that you have, that you'll be able to market that, right? Like I was saying, in a trailer, you can watch the enemies do cool stuff and have the player respond in cool ways. It shows off what's good about the game. So, if the game has that, obviously, that's the whole point. This is why we have different genres. Because there are kinds of games that have assets and energy put in specific areas, and the best way to showcase those assets and make content out of them is to have certain mechanics that behave a certain way. So you have these like concentration points in the sea of games where it's like, this is a mountain, that's peeking out of the ocean, because all of these games would be best when it would be better off with parries, and all these games wouldn't, All right. Let's do music. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing okay. I think I was feeling worse earlier in the week and feeling better in the last hour. So
That's good.
yeah, feeling okay. So music. Let's talk about it.
Yes.
I guess you would have an iteration on the track that you were working on, the Sheva Wood Forest.
So I actually I actually
Or
did some more work on the Rekika boss fight.
yeah.
Alternated back to that. I was trying to find a theme for Kerr and something that would work with Rekka's melody that we had.
Sweet.
So this video with Kerr's bass is like his theme that I've come up with, and then the one below is like that with Rekka's theme together.
Yeah. Let's hear it. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
had a really cool idea. Rekka, you said Rekka. That sounds like recur, which is also
Recur.
this is
Oh.
something you could ship them somehow.
Oh my gosh.
not in a relationship way, but like, you know,
The
that's their like
recursion.
the recur ship. That's their boss duo name. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
All right, I'm listening. That's fun. Yeah. Dude, the what is it? The double basses or whatever, the cellos in the back, the dun dun dun, so good. It's like chef's kiss. I want to listen to it again.
Oh.
So cool. Yeah, I like it. I like where it's headed. It's got the mischief in it, and it's also got it's got a good drive. It's great. I'm trying to remember which parts were from the existing track to know whether the layers are that relate to him specifically, but I'm guessing, well, I mean, we'll get there, I think.
Yeah, listen to the next track.
Yeah, I'm expecting.
That'll clarify.
Sweet. Okay. So cool. So this is you layering the both melodies at the same time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Yes. And then
So cool.
I mean the backing is just what I had for Rekka already. But I would probably for the variation where they're both fighting together, I'd probably make the arrangement different. But yeah, just preliminary testing the melodies together.
Yeah. I love the idea of the way that they kind of, they're different melodies, but they fall into harmony or like unison at certain points. It's so cool. That's just, I had goosebumps listening to that. Cool. Yeah, definitely some refinement to be done there, but I trust you on it. I think you're killing it.
Thanks.
Cool.
I'm really like vibing with the Hunden being strings and like Rekka's like a violin and Kerr's like a viola and then like the big bad is double bass.
Yeah.
Like I'm loving that like concept.
The sizing is very convenient, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah,
There's something so wolfish about strings. I don't know.
so wolfish.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean they're so vocal,
Mm.
and maybe there's kind of like a rawness to them, the string instruments that like a woodwind doesn't have, that makes them a little bit more emotive. Maybe
Yeah.
it's great. I mean, I I support you 100% in the analogy. I like it. Cool. Okay. Oh man, you make me want to work on this boss fight right now. Maybe I will.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to play it.
I'm going to do my best. Let's do it. All right. Cool. Well, do I just let you cook?
Yeah, I have no,
I have no
I
notes.
guess, specific notes.
No notes. Keep cooking.
Wow, that's rare.
No, you're doing well. Alrighty. Well, I'll see you on Monday. Hopefully I can get something started here.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
See you then.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. So cool, dude. Oh man. I want to hear more. I like just to put a little bow on the thing that I was saying before we got into this particular meeting. I am so distracted in my day-to-day by the fear of the work that I'm doing and like not doing it fast enough or not doing the right thing on the right day. You know, like the production aspects of it and meeting all of the demands of all the different things that the project requires, the merch and the managing all the team members and making sure that I've got YouTube content coming out and TikTok stuff. All that stuff is so distracting from like the art of what we do that when we finally when I get to experience what other people are putting into the project, it's such a like shock reminder that like this is why I'm doing all of this stuff. Like this is the game. Oh, it's so. Hey, Mikanil, didn't you see? I tried to @ you in Discord actually when I put the message out, and your account seems to have been compromised or something. So I don't know what your account name is in Discord. There is the merch pipeline has begun. The merch is merching. Do you want to see some merch related stuff? It's not out yet, but it's coming. Let me show you this stuff. Hey, a long tee, short sleeve capsule, logo, hoodie. We'll do a round of like a pixel art run after this run, I think. But I drew this to commemorate the Steam version of the demo, and it's the first merch run poster. So stay tuned. There is a store that you can follow. That's okay. Hey, that's all right. Well, now you know that the merch exists or is in the process of existing. I have some samples coming my way, because I want to see them before I open up the store. But because I live in Australia, it takes a while. So like in the next couple of weeks, hopefully I'll receive some samples. And I didn't even get a sample of everything. So maybe I should go back. And I've had advice from friends that like, oh, I should pick a different cut of shirt because the fourth wall gives you different shirts you can use as the base. So they're all from different providers. It's AS Color and Heritage Cotton and different things. So some of those shirts, they're quite different. Some of them are softer and smoother, and some of them are bulkier and heavier. Different cuts of the cloth. So, yeah. So I get distracted from the art of what Insignia is, and it also, I feel like it shows in I take less care of myself, and I I think it makes me less confident on stream. Like my confidence dips, you know, day to day, just over the week. Is there a link? Sort of. Sort of. It's not live yet, so you have to be okay with me. In fact, I don't even know. Somebody found the link actually because they were watching the stream and they saw the link that I was putting out. So hang on a second. I think if I go back and find the link that someone else scraped, I'll be able to tell you what the fourth wall account is. There will be a better link later. I don't even know where it is. Is it here? No. Is it here? No. I don't know where it is. Is it? No, don't know where it is. Yo, Ruby Doobie, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I will. I mean, there is no store yet. You can't order anything yet. So don't worry about it just yet. But I'll announce it when there is, and you'll see it on the Discord. I'll do a big announcement, or on my Twitter or wherever you get your Insignia news. So don't worry. I will make a big song and dance about it when it's ready. Maybe even a video. Okay. So, shall we listen again? I like that. I'm like genuinely, I'm actually in love with the and then under that, above that, the it reminds me of like Metal Gear Solid or something. Does it not? It reminds me of like some dramatic fight in like a, yeah, like a Metal Gear Solid. I don't know why that's the case, but it sounds tactical. The percussive sounds like inside of like a battle always make it sound intelligent. It sounds like there's wit and stakes and it's important, you know, surgical. It's you know, it makes it feel like it's like there's order in the chaos kind of thing, which is perfect for this kind of thing. And the really, I don't know what that is, like a tom or something. The really like stretched tom sound, that pow, 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 pow. So cool. Cool. Okay, we're gonna do it then. Let's just work on the boss fight, shall we? I'm tired of. We'll do more L1 combat iterations later. For now, what is this? Anything interesting? No, get out of my face. Let's go back to the development branch. So cool. Boom, 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 boom. I'm super into it. Okay. Okay. Let's go work on the boss fight. We're going to do this. And we're going to do this boss fight. Holy moly. I've been desperate for like permission, like mental permission to work on this stuff. I've been feeling so guilty about not working so much on chapter 2 because of the demo. All right. I think I'd like to... Let's have a really quick think about what it is that how we're going to attack this problem. How we're going to attack this product is what the director of McDonald's said, or whatever it was. I feel like I don't know how I'm going to attack this product. All right, so I've done this mock-up and I really like it, but I think that the mock-up is holding me back a little bit. Just because of how the parallax system is working and all this stuff. So instead, I might just remove this and see if I can just start building. Alrighty. So we have the boss fight stage platform. Let's just start it off. Okay, so there's our platform. And the idea is that the platform's going to go up over time, okay? But we don't want the physics system to be bound by the movement. So the level is actually going to be quite stable, but we're going to have things around us moving, okay? And because I want that to still behave within the scope of the parallaxing system, when I turn this background on, I mean, the idea should be that we should be able to take the stage platform, which is going to be like the focus of the game, and then, or some sort of like sliding scale progress. Yeah. And as it goes up, we want the horizon to shift down, basically. So this background is going to go, down relative to it. And there's nothing I can do right now. So maybe if we go to Cheverton Hollow Boss Manager, there's our background game object. And what's on this? We've got layers. So if I turn these layers on and turn this background off, this is the different levels, okay? And then as we go, progress goes up. I want that to go up, but I also want these to come down. So I'm not seeing that at all right now. We have start pause, we have end pause. Start pause, end pause. Okay, so this all seems pretty straightforward so far. So progress. I'm interpolating the background position from the start pause to the end pause based on progress. That all seems really, really straightforward. Okay. Background start, background end, based on progress. That's progress. Start, end. That's the background object. Okay, well, why isn't that working? These have parallax scripts on them, which I don't actually want. Remove that. So we do this, start to end. Okay, but what I want to actually happen is for the end to go the opposite way, right? We're gonna end with it down there. So start, end. So as we go up, boom, 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 perfect. That's what we want. Now, the sound, oh, it's like cicadas and stuff. It's just the atmosphere from this part of the region that the game takes place in. So, all the different layers of objects that are going to be in the fight. Hang on, I'm getting a phone call. Not a phone call, a message from my wifey. Okay. So, the challenge here is that what we want to happen is for these objects that we place to essentially, I want to create like parallax layers, and I want for the objects to, on those layers, to kind of understand where the global horizon is, and think about the travel of this object and parallax differently based on its travel. Right? That's what I would want to do. So what I'd like to do right now is see if I can bring the previous background layers, copy them, paste them here, and put them inside of that. Okay, so now I have them all here. And I'm gonna turn off this parallax by depth. And then when I move this, you know, we are going up through the level. So that's correct. Okay, but I want them to parallax, meaning I want the things in the background to go down slower than the things in the foreground. And currently, those things, when I parallax by depth, I could say that the camera is this background object. Well, it needs to be a camera. I could say that the subject is this, and I could remove this. I'm not sure how this works. It probably isn't going to work, but we'll try it. As I move this, yeah. So it's working kind of inversely to how I'd want it to work. And if I do this and I invert it, I don't think that's going to get us what we want either. No. So instead, I think it might just be easier to call this boss parallax. Cheverton boss by parallax. Or like arena parallax. Or like moving. How would I describe this? I mean, I could just moving level parallax. Okay. All right. So we're making a new parallax script. Very good. I love starting with a fresh page of code. So we're going to have our public transform parent, and we're going to have a vector 3 position. Pals, I found something recently that changed my life. I had this problem literally for I don't know how many years, probably since I've been using VS Code, but anytime I would say like void, foo, and then I would put an open bracket, it would automatically close the bracket, do a bunch of stuff, and then put my open bracket here. So I would get that every time I tried to write a function normally, and then I would have to like backspace and undo and da-da-da. There is a feature in VS Code called like auto snippet on character or something like that. And it was taking my open bracket and like using that as an IntelliSense autocomplete. I turn it off and I can write again. I can type like a normal human being. Okay. So now, does this need to be in this like parent-child relationship situation? Probably not. Probably not. We would just call this anchor then. And call this like call it init. And then we would have this, and we should make this vector 2. Say public void public vector to travel, get travel. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we would return that minus that. Okay, cool. And then we would have our parallax factor. So parallax by depth factor equals let's do all of this. Keep that. And we'll say public camera cam, public transform subject. Okay. Sure. Clipping plane, that's fine. And that's the parallax factor. Great. So the idea here is that in order to get the position, transform dot position equals I guess you would say vector to start point, start position, and you would say start position is my position, and you would say position equals start position plus travel times parallax factor. That's what I would expect to have to do, and that should be the basis of any good parallax script. So, because that's all the math is. It's just like, how far are we? How much does that make us move? How far has the camera moved? So, I mean, we can just try this. Subject being Armin. And then anchor in this case being this. And even though it's the parent of all of these things, it shouldn't matter. So let's give it a go. As we go up, oh, they get very snapped, don't they? And we kind of want to inverse this, don't we? But actually, because of how moving level starts. Oh, hey, Nilwig. Oh, thank you so much. We want the thing to move more. So parallax factor right now is the absolute distance. So I kind of want to do like a 1 minus for this. But then yes. But is it really like just 1 minus that? I don't know if that's right. Okay. And then we make this plus. Oh, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think this is it. So we start here, and as we go up, it works. However, I'm not seeing the things in the distance be distant? Oh, because they're all literally right here. Okay, well that would help. No, they're not. Hang on a sec. So the Z position needs to be the same all the time. There we go. Perfect. Cool. So now we can actually go through the roof on this thing. Literally. Okay. So 0 then should not do that. Because the background... How are we doing this? Travel is the anchor position minus the init anchor position. So I'll call this init anchor. Okay. So it's the start position plus init anchor times some number, in which case that should be 0 if the thing hasn't moved at all. If this is set to 0, I mean, right now we've got it set to 0.74. Hey, Nilwig. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. So like, yeah, why is this at any number other than, 0 when we start with this here? Because when I release this here and I just check this, I mean, we can start with like this guy. His position is 2.255, and then here it's already changed. I suppose the answer could be something like the travel of the anchor position relative to its start position. So when we go to, oh, I see. Yes. The difference that we're looking at here is the difference between background start and where the background is right now. That's the difference. So if I make this like 0, or make this number the same as this number, then it'll work. Okay. In which case I could just move this up to here, or set it, I should be able to set it to 0. That's what I would want to do. And then I would move this to like there, also 0. Let's just 0 out the whole level. What? Yeah, it's fun to do as well. Why have I got something dragging the view all the way off? I have no idea. Why are we looking off like that? Right now we are looking at just the normal camera. Okay. So why is it locked right now? Is it the level scrolling bounds? No. What happens if I take it away? No. Something is locking the camera. I have this zone camera. It affects the X, it affects the Y. Somehow it's not doing its job. Can't even move it in real time. What the hell is that? Oh, this is trying to do some funky stuff with it too. That's the camera, and it's trying to set the camera position to follow the thing. So the camera position has a start and an end as well. I see. So the camera start is going to be like here at 1, and the camera end is going to be, basically they should just be on the background start and background end. So the camera is just relative to the background. So in this case, it's 1, and this is also 1, and that will be on the same spot now. There you go. Hey, Cheesecake Cactus, welcome. Okay, so now we can go. Now, where is our camera right now? We somehow leave the camera's influence. Even though camera.transform.position is being placed where all of these things go. Interesting. Let's try something. Boss manager. Okay. Progress equals time times 0.1 f. Tim time. Okay. And then let's look at the zone camera. And let's watch. Ding, 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 ding. The zone camera's going down. Oh, I see. Well, you know what? I think that moving the camera like this is kind of silly. I think the zone camera should be just on the stage platform. And I think that this is just a misguided idea. I think this is silly. How's that? How do you like them apples? Oh. There we go. Moving platform. Cool. Well, I got a number. How do you like them apples? All right. Now, let's make that zone camera at 3. Let's revert this. I don't know how this works. I mean, that should be enough. Okay, let's put it at 4 even, or like 3.5. That's pretty low, but there's going to be a lot of vertical stuff happening because the camera's shifting up. So I think keeping the acid near the bottom of the screen is probably for the best. And there'll be points where we have to look at certain things and stuff's happening throughout the fight. Hello, fellow kids. How does combat in this game work? Hey, Kaimon Bonnet, welcome. How does combat work? That's a deep question. There's a lot of ways I can answer that. Let me answer it like this, if you're still here on YouTube. So, it's an action game. It kind of plays like a fighting game. Or just like Smash Brothers even, which is a fighting game, but that's kind of how it feels. But yeah, it's an action game. It's like Zelda. There's attacks, there's combos, there's parries. There's also special attacks that have platforming capability that you steal off of enemies. And I've also just started adding a perfect guard to the game, which is not in this build, but yeah. The combat is based on hitboxes. So I have like an animator that I created that I can author the hitboxes on top of. And then I draw them and give them values. And at runtime, they show up. That's how combat works. So enemies hurt boxes, touch these hitboxes, the damage numbers that are exchanged, the enemy takes damage, blah, blah, blah. Make sense? I hope you're still here. Otherwise, I gave that explanation to nobody. Okay, so back to boss fight. No worries. See. Yeah, it's an action game. It's a pretty classic action game. There are directional parries. It's a lot to it. But alrighty. So, I mean, I could just take this big pink rectangle and make it acid. Acid pool. Acid. I think it's called lake acid or something. Acid wrapper. We kind of just put this in here for now. Wait a second. Acid wrapper, which is just going to live for now on the boss stage platform. Get rid of this. Take this acid wrapper. Oh, I see what's happening. This has got a scale on it, and I don't want to scale this every time I want to scale that. That makes no sense at all, does it? I see. So these should go here. This should be whatever it wants to be. That's 1, 1. And then these become 1, 1. And this becomes, whatever. Okay. So then we put this like there, and then we go. I think for the acid, I just have to update the box. Like so. And then there's like a thing I can do on the acid logic to set up instances. And then that is just enough to make it work. There we go. Actually, it's very bright. Okay. Well, maybe we could turn those. Should he be lit by that? Particles are fine. Sound effects is fine. Logic is fine. Mesh render is okay. Why is he so bright? Light 2D with a fall off. That's too much. Intensity of 1, please. Fall off strength needs to be changed. It's very hard to see it because nothing's lit in this scene. I think we just make it 1. It is 1. Okay, well, that doesn't help me. Anyway. Slower. Cool. And this should happen sort of like periodically. I'm thinking like not over the whole fight. It should be like there are moments where it goes, it sort of like elevates or like surges. Hey, Rebel Reason Rhyme, welcome. And how would we best do that? This is kind of the stuff where you would want to use timelines to do it, or like Unity animators. I like to use scripts a lot for this stuff as well. So maybe we can provide, maybe we can write something. Do I have daily rituals? No, I'm not very calm inside. I'm a pretty anxious person. What I am is low energy, I think. And I think if I'm calm, it's mostly because I control my environment. I do the same thing every day. A daily ritual, not really. I mean, I have my schedule that I keep to work on things and know what meetings I have and when. my day, you know, I do my shopping, washing up, things like that around the house, chores, that kind of thing. But I don't do like dedicated meditation. I'd like to do more of it. Sometimes I go for walks, but I tend to actually just sit here and let the pressure build up until I can't stand it anymore, and then I leave for 10 minutes or so. That's a lot of how my work feels. So if Lurch is animating, Lurch update. Yes, yes, yes. Lurch dot play. So I mean, we should just do 0 current progress to progress plus, you know, 0.2f. That's really all we need to do. True. And then we can turn this off. And then we just say literally that. So I didn't create the curve yet. If you're anything like me, it's that weird 80 to 90% pressure is a high performing area, but you're running on the edge. I mean, honestly, I do quite well when I know what I'm doing. You know, as long as I have like a clear idea, it's not bad. It's just that a lot of my work involves, you know, not always having a clear idea. Cool. Like being a director means making decisions all day, all day, all day. And it means having so many hats means picking which hat to wear all day, all day. It's the indecision due to decision fatigue because I'm cognitively overloaded. That's what causes me stress. If I'm not cognitively overloaded, if I'm just like on an animation task, I can just zone out for hours. It's fine. Like I take a lot of enjoyment out of just like drawing, particularly if I was on like a drawing task right now. Oh, I just completely switch off the brain and just let the eyes and, you know, lizard brain do the work. So I think in this, if we just look at the boss fight, there are things that I want to see that I could definitely code this, you know, and just code all of it. But then there would be things that I think we would miss. There's a degree to which I think we need to have pixel art do a lot of the work as well. It's going to be really hard to do. Probably mostly dust effects and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe we could do like columns of acid spewing with like a pixel art effect. I'm not sure. There's a game actually called Kingdom that I've been playing a lot of recently. Kingdom 2 Crowns finish ending. And that game has pink acid as well. So what does it look like? There's like flowing rivers. It's pretty cool. Is goop? I think I could do goop like that. That's not hard. The problem is my acid is not just dripping in columns. My acid is spewing up from the ground. So it needs to go like and have like mass coming down as well as going up. It's sort of like spraying up. I'm imagining like an active volcano. Maybe we could do some visual research. Also, I think that the distance in the acid is too lakey. It needs to be more, the wavelengths need to be shorter on the acid. And I think this is something that I can do everywhere. So I'll change the preset to this. So is there like an acid logic? Disturb magnitude? No. There's water, left, right deltas, wavelength. Right now it's 60. Let's make it 40. And let's maybe slow the wave. If you make the wavelength shorter, the wave speed will appear faster, I think, automatically. So let's have a look. Hello? Video game? Is this a one-off platform? What do you mean by that? Why doesn't this work? Was it really the wavelength changing to 40 that ruined everything? Put this back to 60. Nope, game won't run. Okay, that's fun. Do you mean the acid underneath it? The platform will be a one-off, but there's acid in the game. Lots of acid, only one platform. Although, there are other moving platforms. So like, the mechanic you will have encountered, for the most part. Alright, so the game works. Let's go to the boss platform, acid wrapper, acid logic, 40, go. Okay, that's better. Let's make it 20. I'm not seeing like any difference. Let's make it 1. Okay, I am seeing a difference. Okay, let's make it 10. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing that. That works. I don't know what spread is. Maybe there'd be a way to visualize it if I could. I also think like the way that I've built this with like the shader is probably, I am actually building a Smash Brothers level. I literally am doing that. That's what, in my brain, this is Brinstar. Like that's not even like a joke. That's just what I'm thinking. Yeah, straight up. I agree. Yeah, I should see like a UI thing here, like a gizmo showing me the water. That would be way better, but I'll do it later. So what I want to also do is have the zone camera kind of like smooth damp towards the main level. I could cheese it, but I could also have hello. I could also say I want its offset. So hang on a second. We have Chef Nola Boss Manager. We have this zone camera called Boss Camera. And then we have update camera. And we say void update camera. Vector to vertical offset is, or just offset equals vector to dot up times 1.4f, or just we just have a thing called camera offset, camera target offset. Okay. So smooth damp to target offset. Cool. Alrighty. Now, I just need to plug in the camera into this there and then set it to 1.4. And actually, this offset, I could actually just generate the offset by saying, you always want to use what's visual. So you say camera target offset equals the current camera position minus the transform position. Perfect. Right? I visually placed the camera here. So that's where I want the target to be all the time. So when I do this, so close. It's not quite doing it. Well, let's have a look here. There's our boss manager. There's our platform container. When I press L, the platform container goes, well, up, I guess. Well, actually, no, it doesn't move at all. That's not true. Oh, I see. I see. I have to fake it because nothing's moving. It's not moving. I tricked myself. Okay, in that case, we're not smooth damping to anything. You know what? I have this like thing where I can. I'm kind of sensing sometimes when Copilot gives me weird junk answers when it's in the autocomplete. It's like, I don't know what you want. I'm like, don't you know what I want? And then I realize that what I want makes no sense. I'm like, oh, right. Yeah, of course. Why would it want a smooth damp? Why would it want to do that? Hey, Zenobeno. Welcome. What have I done here? Boss camera. Does it have a level ability progression system? It has an ability progression system, but not with leveling. It's like more like a Metroidvania. So it's based on things you unlock or gear that you craft or things that you find. It's not based on like points. I do. I have a game on Android called Arrowbound. Like this. Arrowbound. Actually, if I do that, it might do something. There you go. And this project is available on Steam as well. This is my like big project. I'm doing boss fights at the moment, but the project is huge. So Insignia, very quickly, is it's a side-scrolling action-adventure game, and it follows this character. He's kind of like the son of a blacksmith who went missing a year ago, and so when the game starts, you're kind of like following in your father's footsteps, looking for sort of guidance on how to start your profession as a blacksmith. But before long, it becomes about finding out what happened to your father and trying to kind of learn the lessons of the trade and the secrets that he kept before they fall into the wrong hands. And it becomes a big sort of fantasy epic from there. So it's side-scrolling 2D. It's action. The systems are pretty much complete in terms of just like how they work. So I mentioned, you know, we've got equipment, and there's like an equipment system there. I can equip like a spawn item accessory pouch, and then spawn item like spiky, I think pauldron, or just like a iron pauldron. So you can like take that and put a pauldron, and now you get like an extra, you know, defense upgrade, kind of like the talismans in Elden Ring. This started as a solo project, so I did all of everything myself for about 7 years. Now I have a team working with me, and they're sort of following my artistic direction, but I set that direction. So like on screen right now, yes, I did everything that you're seeing right now. So I do the programming, I do the art, I do everything except the sound and the music. Although I do direct those. It's a Unity game, that's right. Pardon me. It took me honestly, like, it's a huge game. It's hard to explain like what makes it big. Like the story's massive. The actual like presentation is quite extensive as well. Like the way the game tells story is quite deep. So if I show you like a cutscene, let me show you one that's good. I'll show you this. Not this one. Part 3? Is it already part 3? Okay. All right. So like this stuff here doesn't get much more like can you be bothered than this in terms of like cutscene in a pixel art game. custom animations, custom game system automation. So we're going in and out of the map without me touching it as part of the cutscene. Visual effects, that was a shader loading editor. Dialogue, special animation, and then like scene transition all within one cutscene. It's pretty deep stuff. And when it gets going, it's kind of trying to hit more of that like TV, level of cutscene. I want you to be able to like watch it to an extent. And then all these different special abilities that you learn in these crucibles. There's a lot to it. So this has been like 8+ years in the making, and I'm hoping to spend less than 2 more on it. We are awaiting some funding. So right now it's still a bit of a skeleton crew, but we're getting there. So this is full-time for me. Yep. And because I'm a content creator as well as a game dev, people follow me from my YouTube channel. I have pixel art. I have like tutorials on how to do game design and all that kind of stuff. And so because I have that community of people who are already sort of following me and what I do, it wasn't that hard to find people interested in helping me out. Some of them are local, and some of them are across the sea. So yeah, I'm quite proud of it. Like the way the game works right now it's pretty much how I want it. Like the map, the combat, platforming. I have never restarted it. This was the first and only attempt, but there have been lots of systems that have had like complete overhauls. So never with the story. Like all of the original cutscenes are still in some fashion in there. Pretty much, it's pretty much like production ready. There's a demo right now on Steam that you can sign up for, and you can play what I'm playing right now. And apart from some visual bugs and some unpolished content, like gameplay wise, it's what I want. It just needs more content. Like the rest of the game. I started with story and character design, and I had a set of mechanics in mind. I had like a kind of game, but I really didn't understand how I was going to build the kind of game that I thought I was making. Like if I show you let me see if I can show you this. Some of the like original concept art. Games, Insignia, art, concept. Okay. So like, let me show you some stuff. This is from 2017. So like this character exists in the game. He's just not here. He's in like a different part of the game. That's like the gate to the city. He's instead somewhere else. Like this sword, it looks almost exactly like this still. The gems probably changed a little bit. They're like the like the magic system. So originally I was like, I'm gonna make it like space, time, life, and death. That's gonna be the 4 elements of the game. And in a way, a lot of this is still sort of the same. But it's moved much closer to just being like earth, air, fire, water. There are really deep lore explanations on how certain things work and that kind of thing, but the actual, like, the way that the lore and story interact with the game mechanics, some aspects are the same exactly, some aspects have changed completely, and I think what's changed the most has been the progression systems have changed the most. Those were the things that were least defined at the beginning. So the game has had full Minecraft style crafting at one point. It had forging mini games at one point. It had weapon crafting at one point, where you were comprising different parts of weapons together. It had different weapons. You could have a dagger and a greatsword at one point, a glaive. That's mostly gone now. It's just sword. Crafting went from being something that you do for just player progression and some questing to mostly just quest related, but also, well, it's still player progression, but it's more like an adventure game. Like, you're crafting key items rather than just crafting like consumables. What else changed majorly? I mean, the ability system went from being there's 4 abilities in the game to there's 16, and they went from being just things that did a lot of damage and looked cool to being essentially the biggest thing that changed about the game is it became like a puzzle platformer, Metroidvania, and before it was just an action RPG. So like, there is gameplay now that wasn't like this originally. It took many overhauls to get to this point where now you kill an enemy, you steal its ability, and then you can use that ability to like get to different parts of the level and execute cool combat stuff too. So like, I need to get across this gap. I use the charge that I just got from the hedgehog. I take this plant, I use its wall climb to get across here, and then I use 2 in combination to get up there. I beat this snake. I use its power to jump up here. Now I use this hedgehog charge and the snake jump to get up to here. And then I use 2 in tandem with a wall jump to get up to here, and then I'm up here. So like, that wasn't in the game until 2023. You couldn't do anything like that. Because it just lacked, it lacked direction. You know, there was combat. There is 16 of those currently. There's actually more than 16, but I'm trying to cut it down. If I go to like my oldest videos in this computer, there might be some This is pretty old, 1.5. And the game's had a lot of visual overhauls too. I mean, like, this is what it used to look like. It's very different. That was the old forging system, the Minecraft style one. And this wasn't even the first iteration. This was like kind of midway. You know, a lot of this is kind of similar. It's kind of okay. You know, there's that hedgehog, but it doesn't have like any ability that you steal from it. It's just a hedgehog. And you have like an energy bar, like a Dark Souls style energy bar in this version. You used to be able to get energy back from doing a near miss, like Burnout style. You know, in Burnout, you get NOS when someone zips past you. In this game, you dodge roll and you get your energy back. At least that's what it was for a while. I don't currently have an energy system in it. it just wasn't as like good in 2017, 2018. Do you feel like you could completely recreate the game as it is on your own? Yes, I think so. I think I could do a better job of it too. Well, the palette's quite similar. I do a bit of post-processing now to bring the palette back. This is old Insignia, that's right. That's right. So originally, like, I still wanted there to be platforming challenges, but previously they were part of the enemy designs rather than part of the player. This took years to get to this point, right? Where I was like, okay, I did a whole demo where it's like, this is the spider dungeon, and you do stuff with spiders to do the puzzles. But the problem was that the puzzles needed to be very, very specifically created and crafted, and you didn't get to keep any of what you learned with you. You didn't get to. It was very like, here's this level and then you're done, because there was no progression. So like everything had to be contained within the context of the puzzle that it was in, and it was so specific. You know, if I wanted you to, like in this case, the spiders give you a boost. I don't know why, they just do. So it's like, if you need to boost somewhere, there needs to be a spider there. And there are little fun things you can do with that, like here. But the problem was, there are much cooler things that you could do with puzzles. Well, the problem was, these aren't puzzles. These are systems that you move towards a state, right? Like this thing here, right? You can either destroy this node or not. And you need to destroy it for the spider to work. So it's fine as a platform challenge, but it just isn't a puzzle. There's no choice that you have as a player, because the game is only designed to work a certain way. So the problem with this was, that everything was locked in. So that's kind of, it was from that I designed the new system, which is that you steal the abilities from the enemies, and then you have to decide where to use them in the level. That was kind of like a big thing of like trying to get the player into a position where there's like creative choice, you know. And it was years before I got to that point. Like I made the first chapter of the game end to end. And the other thing that doesn't work is like in this boss fight, for example, in a boss fight in any game, you're supposed to reuse the principles that you used in previous parts of the game. Like show what you've learned. Well, here I couldn't show what you've learned because you didn't get to keep any of the things. These are all just new interactions that are happening for the first time here. Like you do learn to parry earlier. So like using that, I guess, is one of those things. But like parrying is just like a one-off thing that you do. You could just do it whenever. It's like there's a button and the button does parrying. Now, every enemy attack has a direction, and parrying is different depending on the enemy. So in this case, parrying goes, you have to step back to parry. And every time you step back to parry, the ability you get pushes you forward. So it's like equal exchange. You know, you went back, now you go forward. You know, you went up, now you go down. You went down, now you go up. So this idea of like, okay, I'm going to, whenever I see something that's red rushing at me, step back. That's like a lesson that you learn. And then later, I can show you like, where is it? Here's the boss fight. This fight's changed so drastically now because it takes all that stuff that the game now does and puts it more into practice. So when you parry, you know, let me get to the good part. There you go. She's got a lot of health. Right, check this out. When you do that, now I get that rush from her. So I get to kind of like do my puzzle solving. Whoop. I don't know what I'm going to do about this. It's always been an issue, that little gap. You have to go up the gap. Oh, that's better. Whenever she's waiting at the top, it's annoying. There you go. And then you win. So it's just like, it's not that I was a good designer or that I knew what I was doing. I just spent so much time on it that like eventually every time something was bad, it frustrated me as a player until I got good enough about trying to answer the questions about why it was bad that I fixed it, you know? So we're doing this boss fight design now, actually. This is the second boss fight in the game, or the second chapter boss fight. And this involves acid that's rising. So what I want to do is I want to have, let's recompile this. I want the camera to dip. So none of the geometry is moving. Yeah, of course I'll make a new project, but I think I'll do something different. I want to make, like, with my brother who works in film, I want to make like a cinematic AA Shadow of the Colossus style game. Like, imagine Clear Obscure, but a bit simpler. And instead of it being an RPG, it's like a gliding game. Like there's a lot of like flying. Similar to like Journey, if you played Journey, but with like characters that talk. Okay. What happened here? Zone camera animation curve, please. Yeah, but not progress. We're evaluating lurch dot value, just like that. Logic, way more. Syntax is nothing. Syntax is just, you learn syntax in like a day or two. You know, like syntax is not a day, a couple of weeks, months even. You know, like you learn how you do this in this language once, but you learn logic forever. It's the difference between like learning the alphabet and learning how to write an essay. You know, they're very different. So this is kind of a little bit cheating. We're kind of doing, we're creating a smooth damp out of the camera to make it feel like the platform is moving up higher, faster than the camera can keep up. But the platform's not moving at all. It's actually the background that's moving down. We'll see if the effect works. Okay, nothing happened, so that's great. Update lurch, boss camera dot transform dot position. Are you changing it all? You should. Boss camera is zone camera. I'm not seeing any changes there. Where is the camera? You're there. And are you changing at all? Oh, numbers are changing. It's just 10 pixels or so at a time. Okay, well, let's go back to that. This here. Oh, we're barely doing any movement. This is, we confused ourselves here. So this needs to go to edit key -1. And then we can press F, and that's better. Dude, that's... feels like it's not moving at all. So, oh, I see. I think it's T is what we want, not value. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Much better. Except this needs to be maybe a little slower to counteract it, because it looks like it's starting to move on its own. Even slower still. Actually, what we could do is just take this and shift it forward a little bit. What's the goal of the stream? I'm working on a boss fight. That's cool. Maybe it should be at 0, 0. Edit key. 0, 0, and then maybe just make it really long. It's too slow. Still too slow. That'll do. Good. So, I mean, it should feel like we're going up. Oh, dude, I never get it right first try. I mean, this is really bad because what it's doing is I'm trying to, if we look at this like this, right? If I just take something that doesn't move in the level, right? Look at this door. Look what's happening here, right? This is the door. The door does not move. Right? That's what's happening. The background is shifting down and the camera is shifting down and then back up. And that in the game looks like we're going up, but the door and the platform are never moving at all. The reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want the mechanics to change. I don't want the physics to have the platform shifting up under the player character, because it creates more complications than it's worth. So there's going to be fighting happening on this stage. I need the stage to be essentially stable. Nothing moves. You know, I have these boss fight characters who are going to, you know, show up here, and we're going to fight them in a bit. So like, you know, as the level is moving, it's going to be cinematic like that, you know. Now obviously we've got a bit of trouble here as I just drew this one day. I drew this in like 2019, so I knew I wanted it to go up, but like I didn't design it to go up, so the background's not really ready, which means I got to fix it. at some point. I also want there to be like fixed objects in the level that will be platforms, and those platforms are going to sit kind of intermingled, I guess, with the background. Maybe I'll put them on, you know, like here and like over here, and see what happens when I press L now. So you know, we could do that, and then we're up here and we're fighting on this, da da da, and then you do this, and then whoop, now we go up here, we can fight on this part. So we can change the stage over time. If you parent it for the platform, yeah, the problem is when you parent it, it's not perfect. I mean, Unity has some funky things that it does with it really, I'm telling you, it's a Smash Brothers level. See ya. Yeah, so it's okay, but when you parent anything to anything, you take on a lot of the transform properties. So for example, this here, notice how its width is like 2, its scale is 2. So if I make this a moving platform, Armin will try to stand on it, and I'll show you what happens when I do that. When it's moving, oh, it's not doing it. Okay, maybe I'm just confused about what. I think there's an answer to this question, and I know that physics don't behave the same way. Like it's something to do with the rigid body properties, this interpolation and continuous detection. These things need to change when you're parenting to something. There's a few reasons why I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to rely on it as a solution for a boss fight like this. Yeah. I have in the past known the answer to that question, even recently, but it's something that I have to review every time I do it. I really like... Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it can be done this way, what's the point? It looks like we're moving with the level. It looks all fine. Right? It's just easier to cheat than to try to make it work honestly. So, okay. What might be nice with this thing that I turned off with this is to hang on a second, which part of the level did I put this on? I guess right. I guess what I could do is split this in half and make it move out as it goes down. Like I could start with it kind of like enveloping the stage, and as we go up, the problem is just that it gets in the way. I mean, I even like that it gets in the way. This is the thing, like the framing of it is cool, no matter what. It is cool. And especially like, this is such a cool framing, right? This is so cool. But yeah, you physically can't. Like, it's just going to get in the way here. So I think what I want to do is, dude, what game was I playing when I designed this? Was it maybe Elden Ring? This aspect here is cool. I think a lot of it is going to have to be behind the stage. And then the bits in front, we can do stuff breaking off maybe. Or yeah, I think like as the stage lifts up, having things like crumble and crack and like fall away is probably the easiest thing we're going to be able to do. And maybe if I have some really fun break, you know, physics and like particle effects and stuff, it'll look cool rather than weird. Because the idea is for the stage to crack everything as it's going up. I had this concept not that long ago around where is it? I don't know. Where did I design this? Is it in the Leo document? Oh, I love this. This is old school. I did this before I had Figma. I used to do this. Thanks, Nilwig. Catch you next time. I am obsessed with this. I'm obsessed with this. Look at this. This dude. Isn't that so cool? He's like held back by Kerr and she like punches the gem out of him. Like you lose the item and then she nabs it. Oh. That moment is going to be so cool in the fight. And then you can't use the ability because she's got it. So we need to get to that point. I don't know where I put these design doc. It's somewhere. It's not combat system, is it? It's not enemies. It would be somewhere here. Boss fights. Okay. Sweet. Okay. So, yeah, I was thinking like maybe having the stage have like a its own background. So this stone, if it had a bit that goes up like that, then maybe I could justify the stone part reaching up through the thing and breaking up all the roots. More of like a sort of a pavilion thing, because otherwise like they're just going to get crushed, right? Also, this needs to crash through this floor, or like here, I don't know where, somewhere here. It's literally going to come up and crash through. So in order for that to even make sense, I think it needs like some sort of stone protrusion just to make sense at all. So maybe we could just, I mean, for now, literally fake it in engine. Grey box it. I finally appreciate grey boxing for the first time in my life. Something like this, maybe? Anyway. Maybe even these could be like walls. We'll see. So again, I say, what do we do with this thing? Well, I know I designed this at some point, so let's have a look. What did I actually want to do? Shevin Hello Boss. 2-phase, 2-boss team. I mean, it's very different now. Savage head-to-head, slashing, grabs, parries, roar in celebration, distance, retreating, air attacks, throwing daggers. Oh, that's a cool idea. I gave him a kunai in the poster. Tag team fight. Use mechanics from dungeon. Rising in chunks. Yep. Shared health bar? Maybe. My demo is on Steam. You can play test it right now. All right. Platforming to do with boss attacks, escaping acid floods. That's kind of cool. Oh, there could be moments when like the platform, it is request access for the playtest. That's correct. It's by invite only. Well, by request. So what we could do is we could have this part in the middle fall away and then come back up. Can there be a recovery roll out of tumble? Oh, like a Smash Brothers style tech, a tech roll. We could maybe do that. All right, I gotta take a break. I'll be back in a bit. Hello. Where's my wife? Where is my beloved? She's supposed to be home soon. All right. So we got movement in the level. That's good. That's good. How are we feeling for the stage width? I'm thinking that I've misplaced my wife. That's right. I once knew where she was, and I don't any longer. Why does the camera shift to the left? Why is the zone camera... What? Wait, what? There are no offsets here. So... It's at 0. It's dead on. Is anything off center? You're not. You're not. Anything with an x-axis offset. There's some stuff that's off, but that's not a big deal. That's characters. This door. The level scrolling bounds. I mean, they could be wider. Is it that the camera is hitting the edge? Okay, well, I'll push it over. All the way to there. -4. +4. Save that. Let's go. Ah, there we go. Okay. I also think like it's getting kind of close, you know? We could set the camera to be 2.7, which is very wide. A much wider frame. I think that takes the drama out of it. So we go for 1.8. And we just move it around a bit, I suppose. And then what are we trying to do here? We're trying to make it so that we get I think a wider stage would be nice. Maybe that wide. The only thing is we would need the camera to shift over to the different stop points if we needed to move like you over to here. Oh, I suppose we just do that. That's pretty smart. Okay. Well, aren't I a genius? Okay. So I guess I would shrink the zone to about there. So then when we go over to here, it looks over, we come back here, it's fine. We go over to here, we leave, we look over, we come here, it's fine. I think we could make the arena ever so slightly smaller. Yeah. Wouldn't go much smaller than that. And then I think we could do like a camera shake throughout all of this. This is in pixels, right? Intensity in pixels. Nothing. Where are you? Oh, it's kind of inverting. seeing any rolling. Duration, intensity in pixels. Let's go make it 10. There's no shaking at all. Literally nothing. Okay. I wonder why. Okay. Oh, negative numbers. Mathf.abs, my friends. It's a special thing that we do. We need our abs if we want this function to sit up. Okay, but that's nothing still, also. Oh, the 0 is probably what's causing a problem here. There we go. Cool. That's pretty cool. Let's crank that boy up to 4. I really got to figure out what to do with these attacks. I think I may be making a mistake trying to turn the bosses into like playable characters the way that I've got them up right now. I think it might be better if they're more like just effects happening on the screen, which is obviously completely different to how I've designed them. I don't think I'm going to be able to get there, but I wonder, like, a lot of games do that. A lot of games, like, the boss is just like a big sprite in the middle of a level. You know what I mean? You're not like fighting it so much as you are dodging it until there's a hitbox that you can hit. I just have all these cool abilities for the enemies, and all of them take them off the stage. Like that. Oh, that's kind of cool. She came back. She's back. Cool. I think what I'll do is, I think I'll just put them into a state where they can like get back. I'll just give them like a special thing where it just doesn't matter that they fall off. You know what I mean? I won't try to logic it. In fact, even the sheer fact that there even are edges on this, we could just take them away altogether. We can make the level span the whole floor. One sec, pals. My phone's ringing. I gotta go, pals. But yeah, like we could even just make it so that the platform just is the whole level. Like that wouldn't, you know, it's not going to hurt anybody to do that. I just think it looks cool as it is right now, but it doesn't have to. You know, we could do that instead. Or have an invisible wall, you know? We could just have this like pretty far over. I like the feeling of the danger. I just don't know if I have enemy-specific collisions in the game. I don't know if I can do that easily. All right, I gotta go. This was fun. Let's raid. Working on my new FPS game, Strider Bytes. Okay. Or Ryan Art. Let's go Ryan Art. He does pixel art and he's got a camera. Much closer to the experience you're currently enjoying. Okay, or actually, could do Bad Cop. Bad Cop's fun. Say hi for me. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like my content and you want to see more of it, become a wish lister of Insignia. You can also sign up for the Steam demo. I release new license keys every day or two, so you'll get access pretty soon. You can also subscribe on YouTube or become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. That's it. It might actually be Indie Tales. I don't know. You can find it. All right. Thanks, pals. As always, catch you tomorrow. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.